House will come back to order. Representative Basenecker.
Madam Speaker, I move for a call of the House.
Members, show me your hands. One. Oh, there we are. The motion is properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close and lock the doors? Mr. Schiebel, turn on the chimes, which is so much more pleasant than yelling. Members, push your buttons to indicate your presence, and Mr. Schiebel in just a few moments will call names of those who are absent, and we will ask our sergeants to locate members who are missing.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon, Byrd, Bradfield, Bradley, Catlin, Degree Kennedy, English, Epps,
Degree Kennedy is excused. Forget that. He's here.
Evans, Frizzell, Garcia, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Holtorf, Judah, Joseph, Leader, Lindsay, Lynch, Mabry, Martinez, Ortiz,
Here.
Puglisi, Ricks, Sharbini, Snyder, Soper, Valdez, Weinberg, Wilson, and Rep. Winter. Representatives Armagost, Bacon, Bradfield, Catlin, English, Epps, Evans, Garcia, Hartsook, Holtorf, Joseph, Leader, Lindsay, Lynch, Mabry, Puglisi, Ricks, Snyder, Soper, Weinberg, Wilson, and Winter. Representatives Armagost, Bacon, Bradfield, Catlin, English, Epps, Evans, Garcia, Hartsook, Holtorf, Joseph, Leader, Lindsay, Lynch, Mabry, Puglisi, Ricks, Snyder, Soper, Weinberg, Wilson, Winter, Representatives Armagost, Catlin, English, Epps, Joseph, Leader, Lindsay, Lynch, Puglisi, and Representative Ricks.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the call be raised.
It has been moved that the call be raised. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The call is raised. Announcements.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, can I just get your attention for one quick second? I know we're all tired. On this day 4 years ago, Kendrick Castillo tackled a school shooter and saved the lives of many classmates. This brave young man sacrificed himself to save others. Kendrick is the very definition of bravery, courage, and honor. His parents are constituents of mine. I've gotten to know them pretty well. I would really love to ask for you to say a prayer for his parents, John and Maria, and please never let this world forget his name and the hero that he was. Majority Speaker, or Madam Speaker, can we have a moment of silence to remember Kendrick, please?
A moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bradley. Members, we have a bit of business. Mr. Shebel, Conference Committee reports.
Second report on First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 16. This report amends the re-revised bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of
Conference Committee
Representatives.
report will be printed in the journal. Printing report.
The Chief Clerk
Printing
reports the
report will
following.
be printed in the journal. Signing of bills, resolutions, memorials.
The Speaker has signed Senate
Signing
bill.
of bills, resolutions, memorials will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate
Message
has
from the
passed.
Senate will be printed in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit
Message
without
from the
comment.
reviser will be printed in the journal. Reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Judiciary. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 158 be postponed indefinitely.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to request that the Conference Committee on 1216 have permission to be excused to continue the Conference Committee when we're ready, during seconds.
Thank you, Representative Story. Let me see if I need to acknowledge the rule for that to happen. One moment, please. House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conference Committee on 1216 will be meeting again sometime soon.
Thank you, Representative Story. That was good. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order to House Bill 1147.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order to House Bill 1147. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1147.
House Bill 1147 by Representative Kipp, also Senator Winter F., concerning provisions relating to the adequate training of motor vehicle drivers and in connection therewith, creating an enterprise to educate potential drivers and reimburse third-party providers in counties for a portion of the cost of administering driver examinations, setting limits on the fees third-party providers may charge, providing translation services for driving examinations, and imposing a fee on instruction permits and driver's licenses.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House reject the Senate amendments to HB 23-1147 and appoint a conference committee to go try and fix what they did to that bill.
And to confirm, Representative Kipp, are you requesting to go beyond the scope?
No, we are not.
Okay. The motion before us.
Wait, can I
Oh, please explain,
Only
Representative
because
Kipp.
they made such significant changes to the bill that everything is within the scope. I mean, no matter what it is. I'm just saying.
The motion before us is to not concur with the Senate amendments on House Bill 1147 and that a conference committee be formed. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Garcia, Lindsay, Minority Leader Lynch. Garcia and Lindsay are excused. Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 14 no, and 3 excused, the conference committee is appointed and the motion to not concur with Senate amendments is passed. Members, the conference committee for House Bill 1147, driver's license test reimbursement, will include the following conferees: Representative Kipp as chair, Representative Basenecker, and Representative Weinberg. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want everyone to pay attention. This is the last special orders calendar for this session. Don't get too excited. I can always change my mind. Madam Speaker, I move that Senate Bill, hang on just a second. No, we did it in reverse. So I move that Senate Bill 296, Senate Bill 280, Senate Bill 92, and Senate Bill 302 be added to the special orders calendar at 6:25 p.m. Oh, excuse me, 6:16. My clock is fast.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar at 6:16 p.m. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that the time for debate on Senate Bill 296 be limited to 1 hour during special orders.
The motion before us is pursuant to House Rule 14, debate on Senate Bill 296 be limited to 1 hour during special orders. This is a non-debatable motion pursuant to House Rule 15E and requires a simple majority vote. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representatives Frizzell, Holtorf, Morrow. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 23 no, and 3 excused, debate on Senate Bill 296 is limited to 1 hour. Representative Titone. You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for continuation of special orders. Representative Tatone will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for a bill reading at length. Committee reports are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the Majority Leader, and the court rule obviously is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 61 until May 9th.
All right, there you go. The bill will be laid over until May 9th. Mr. Siebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 296.
Senate Bill 296 by Senators Winter F. and Marchman, also Representatives Bacon and Harrod, concerning protections for students against discriminatory practices at school.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 296 in the Judiciary Committee report.
All right, to the Judiciary report.
The
Representative
Judiciary
Bacon.
Committee made a lot of good amendments, and we have a few more.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L51 and have it displayed.
This is
Oh, it's
Amendment
53.
53.
I'm sorry. I'll do that again.
Yeah,
I
you
withdraw
wanna-
my.
Thank you.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I withdraw my previous motion, and I'd like to move L53 and have it displayed.
Okay, Amendment 53 has been moved and displayed. Go ahead, Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, our bill is about creating a definition of harassment in the K-12 space. This amendment really puts out a legislative intent to basically say our intent of this language to work alongside Title IX. But more importantly, the second half of this amendment is to change the definition of harassment so that it is more cohesive given the feedback that we received. And so we urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 53? Representative Luck.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if I could have a chance to read it.
Can we talk while you read?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay. Want to talk about it?
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Actually, hold on.
Go ahead, Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Okay. So, members, thank you for your patience, and thank you to my colleagues for taking a look. This amendment changes in the re-engrossed bill, page 3. If you'd like to take a look, section BI, as it's written in the re-engrossed. Ultimately, the definition of harassment was a little bit longer, and we were told that it seemed confusing giving two standards that we had in the definition. And the part that we changed in the re-engrossed bill said that not only the definition that we have says that harassment is an unwanted advanced touch or communication to someone because of their identity that is subjectively offensive to the person who's receiving it, but objectively offensive to people in that same group. And what we did was strike lines 13 through 27 and then create a new definition. And so the amendment says that now what we pulled out was that subjective language. Harassment or discrimination means to engage in the act of engaging in any unwelcome physical, verbal conduct, or any written, pictorial, or visual communication by a student or employee that is directed at a student or group. Student or group because of that student's or group's member perceived membership in a protected class based on disability, race, creed, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, family composition, religion, age, national origin, or ancestry, which conduct or communication is objectively offensive to a reasonable individual who is a member of that same protected class. And so, again, what we did was pull out that subjectively offensive to that person. We feel that it did make it confusing, and the point of that subjective language was just to note non-consensual behavior, but earlier in the definition, it is very clear that it is an unwanted touch. So we pulled that out.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this does not include curriculum. We kept that out as well. We asked for an aye vote on L053.
Okay, is there any further discussion on Amendment L53? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for the bill sponsors on this particular amendment. So one thing that came up in committee were students who were not part of a protected class. And I believe the question was on obese students or students who may not fit in to a particular protected class, or at least not be perceived to fit in. How would this apply to those students if there happens to be a discrimination against them?
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. Presently, just like we have in workplace law, we do not have any statutes that talk about anything other than the identities named here. So we would presume that schools would lean into a bullying statute for that, which requires incessant behavior that makes someone feel fill in the blank, as if they're agitated. Unfortunately, similarly to, we don't have anything like if someone makes fun of someone given their size in the workplace. Instead, we have hostile work environment, and so we expect that those type of incidents to be filled in with just general harassment incidences, which in the K-12 space, we have bullying language for.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 53? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L53 to the appropriations, the judiciary report. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. I move L48 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, that's a proper motion and it has been displayed. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. Members, we have very judicious editors in our committee, and so this is a cleanup amendment. There is one thing of substance, not of substance, but on line 3, we just strike the definition to safe to tell since we don't reference safe to tell in the bill. But the remainder of this amendment is to really clean up periods moved in the wrong place, school staff to employees. Some of these things were pointed out to us in committee. We urge an aye vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on Amendment L48? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L48. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. Everyone likes grammar. The amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on the judiciary report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the judiciary report. All those in favor say aye.
Yeah.
Anyone opposed? No. And the ayes have it. The judiciary report is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. We are now to the bill, and members, I'm going to go ahead and move our amendments. We heard some feedback from two important stakeholder groups, including our educators as well as from schools. And so the first amendment I'm going to move is from feedback from our educators to be sure that they are protected through any potential investigations. And with that, I move L49 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, the amendment has been moved and displayed. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. And so, members, this looks long, but the language does the same thing in two different places. So I will direct your attention to lines 1 through 7. This is what will go directly into the bill in saying that a complaint that is unsubstantiated is confidential and not subject to disclosure pursuant to the Colorado Open Records Act. It must not serve as a basis for discipline, dismissal, termination, or any employment reference or licensing action unless the conduct establishes a pattern of the same or similar behavior. And so we put this in here to be able to provide our educators some protection through an investigation. Lines 8 through 25 is a repeat of that language, but actually entered into the Cora statute, and so that's why this amendment looks a little bit long. With that, I encourage an aye vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on Amendment L49? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L49. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. Amendment L49 is adopted. Representative Bacon.
Okay, members, and our last amendment is L50. I move L50 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, the amendment is displayed and moved. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, members. So this amendment helps to clarify, hopefully, for our schools. There was concern that the Title IX investigation, in two things. That one, it might be confusing as to which process to pursue, and so this language helps clarify that. So it says if a person files a complaint alleging conduct or communication that is governed by Title IX, and just as an aside, we'll get this with the bill, many of us are familiar with Title IX, but Title IX is only limited to discrimination on the basis of sex and gender, not on anything else. So in the event that there is a complaint that is governed, that is potentially governed by Title IX, the local education provider can evaluate the complaint pursuant to Title IX and pursuant to our definition here. And so we said in the event that a complaint is substantiated by Title IX that has a more severe standard, then they can still evaluate the case for the state standard. And with that, we urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 50? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 50. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. And the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon to the bill. Representative Soper to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we heard this just, what was that, yesterday in Judiciary or the day before? Yeah, all the days are blurring together. Yeah, it's been in the twilight zone. And certainly we had a lot of testimony with this bill. We heard from a number of key stakeholders who just had a lot of concern, about the constitutionality and then about the ability to implement what was being asked for in this bill. And I guess the question that I have for the bill sponsors is a number of those concerns, I just want to be reassured, were those addressed in the various amendments that were run just now? Or are there still kind of those outstanding key stakeholders from like CASB or CASE? Or?
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. We had some key stakeholders and educators who one amendment addressed, and then I'm not entirely sure were Case and Casby still are at this moment. I'll have to check my phone. I will say in regards to the constitutionality issues, there was one raised and one kind of raised. So one was raised by way of speech. And so we have found that our language here very closely matches Title IX, and in consult, that objective standard is also in Title IX in EEOC guidance, and that is what addresses the speech component, in that speech directed at someone because of their identity that is objectively offensive to that group is what satisfies the First Amendment concerns there. And that I can share with you case law, but again, that's the same definition that currently exists in Title IX. I will say that there is concerns about liabilities. If there's nowhere in the bill can you find a prohibition, and we specifically took out the exposure to liability in the Senate, where we said someone could sue. We also, in our amendment, pulled out the CCRD, which means they now don't have any jurisdiction in the space. So that means our bill is simply a definition and policy protocols that are required by schools. And so for the constitutional question, the First Amendment issue, the constitutionality is about what can the government do, or what can the government take away as a manner of speech? And since school districts are not directed to do anything, there is no First Amendment issue.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Bacon. That helped me greatly, just to be able to hear that. I will certainly say, the bill was fascinating to hear in committee, just because it's not every day that you really get to hear kind of the intertwined nature of the Tinker case and different constitutional cases being brought up. But then again, it is House Judiciary. One last question that I did just want to ask the sponsors, just for kind of clarification on this. If there's a conflict between the bill and Title IX, I know you said that the bill went a little bit further than Title IX in some areas because it covers the other First Amendment protected areas, whereas gender and sex is what's covered by Title IX. Would the school district merely evaluate through Title IX if it was an issue of sex or gender? And that's the question.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. Yes, since Title IX only is germane to sex and gender, right now that is pretty much the only federal law that is showing up. Actually, it's not. The ADA is also there. And the ADA, this would apply to as well, which is disability. ADA prohibits discrimination based off of disability. And so what we put in there is if there's an issue with gender or sex, the school districts can review it for Title IX along with the state definition. But since it's not germane to the other issues, it wouldn't include that. Title IX is a floor. Last year we instituted a study to look into Title IX gaps. One of the recommendations did say that states are allowed to go beyond the floor. And in this case, we actually only take out 3 circumstances that is different from Title IX, and the standard that we changed was severe and pervasive. So in our bill, we are saying harassment and discrimination does not need to be severe or pervasive in 3 circumstances. One is if submitting to the behavior means you need to change a grade. One is if submitting to behavior means you need to change your schedule. And one is if submitting to the behavior means you don't want to come to school. And so in those 3 circumstances, you just need to prove harassment by preponderance of the evidence.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With 4 boys in public schools, I would like some clarification because Title IX is pretty stringent and has added a lot of definitions. So a question, honestly, if my 9-year-old calls someone a he that's a she, is that subject to discrimination? I know you're rolling your eyes, but this is a question I have for you.
Representative Herron. Representative Herron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Discriminating against someone based on a protected class in Colorado does define gender expression and sexual orientation. And so if there is harassment or discrimination based on that, based on race, based on disability and other protected classes, that would fall within this bill. I will remind folks, however, that there is no punishments ascribed in this bill. There is no punitive penalties in this bill. Instead, it just says that the school must investigate and intervene. And there must be a feedback loop to tell the young person and their families if something happened to them, what the outcome was. This is a great way, I believe, to create very clear learning moments for our young people so that we don't get into bullying statutes, so that we don't get into full-blown discrimination that pushes kids out of school or even adults out of school. And so I think it's really important that this is here, and I appreciate your question. And yes, I think that would, if someone were continuously within the definition harassed or discriminated against, based on their gender expression, that this would fall within the bill, and the school would be able to, would have a policy around what to do when that happens.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I think that this can get very confusing because you're starting with kindergartners who I don't think discriminate or bully, but I could be wrong. I had a constituent just send me an email that in her first grade class, her daughter was called racist because she asked the teacher if brown people could tan. This takes me down a path of no return. We have Title IX that protects all kinds of different classes of people, and it's pretty, like I said, inclusive. So my concern is that we're going down a road that we're not going to be able to return from. And I will add, that in the last couple of years, my children, there was just a conference at Thunder Ridge that said that white young males are the oppressors. So do my kids get that ability to file a discrimination? Because, because they put up a screenshot that said that white young male Christians are the oppressors. So can that be listed as discriminatory and harassment?
Representative Harrod.
So I appreciate the questions that are being asked, and this is really why this law, quite frankly, is important. Discrimination and harassment based on a protected class in Colorado is illegal. It shouldn't be something that's utilized in our schools as well. But we know that our young people sometimes don't know. And so this bill, again, does not ascribe a penalty. It doesn't say that you must be punished. It just says that if someone feels like they have been discriminated against, that there is a process, and the school has to define that process. I'll remind folks that, our friend from Aurora, Representative Wikipedia is not here, but it is the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that has started this conversation against racial discrimination. There's no reason why our schools should be exempt from discrimination. If there's a young person that's discriminated against either by a young person or by their teachers, there should be a remedy. And the thing that we heard the most from proponents of this bill is that they just didn't know if anything happened. Was there a conversation? Was there a learning moment? Was there a talking to? No one responded, and they just needed to know. That's all this bill does. That's all it does. In Colorado, we have expanded the Civil Rights Act to include things like sexual orientation and gender expression. That's a good thing for Colorado. I'm proud of the work that we have done, and that's why you see that in the definitions here today.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I realized I had one last question I really wanted to ask the sponsors. It's my understanding that this month or next month, Title IX is going to be changing. And given the fact that within this bill, it makes very explicit references to Title IX, and that certainly for sex or gender discrimination issues within the K-12 environment, or I guess, actually it doesn't just stop at K-12, it'd go all the way up through higher ed, that if it's going to be changing with those references, if you could just kind of tell us how that might play out, because it seems aligned today, but I haven't delved into the specifics of how Title IX is changing, knowing that it's going to be changing within this month or next month, what that's actually going to look like.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Well,
Representative Soper.
First part. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Representative Soper, go ahead.
I'll lay it on the record so everyone at home can hear. I guess the first part is knowing Title IX is going to be changing this month or next month, or very soon, I should say. It's hard to tell how fast Congress acts. You have very explicit references to Title IX within the bill. And within the bill, there's the mechanism when it does come to sex or gender that the school district could elect to go through Title IX. It is at least my understanding. And if Title IX is changing, how is that going to affect the bill?
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. So first, where Title IX is, it has just been submitted to public comment, so that takes at least 30 days. It will be a while before Title IX changes. And Title IX has changed a lot since the 70s, which is also the reason why we want to codify our definition of harassment. But what has been consistent with Title IX is the floor it sets by way of severe and pervasive. So it could really only go up. There isn't another standard lower than that in that space. What is being considered in the Title IX chain also is the depth of gender. And so if that expands, then people in the state can apply to that definition. What's also being considered is the protocols by way of information, communication, and whatnot. The flip of it is if Title IX requires protocols that are above ours, then due to the supremacy clause in that way, we will have to abide by that. But right now, they are not, and in fact, what is in our bill is what we saw that the Biden administration proposed, and they're putting that through rulemaking right now.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, here we are, members, another late night. Whatever you do, don't look at the clock. Yay, and what do we all do, right? So I do that to illustrate the point that I want to make here, right? Which is, if you tell someone not to do something, a lot of times the first thing that they're going to do is do that thing. So when I say don't look at the clock, don't wonder what time it is, I saw a couple eyes glance up and look at the clock, right? That ties into what I want to talk about with this bill here. Of course, we want our schools to be safe learning environments free from harassment or discrimination. But when I read the definition of harassment here, where it talks about harassment or discrimination, and it's a very, very familiar description here, one that, in every job I've ever had, you received your annual training on harassment and discrimination and stuff like this. As we've kind of alluded to so far, this loops in the student. On page 3, it talks about this harassment is any of these actions that are engaged in by school staff, employee of the school, local education provider. In committee, we had some dialogue about making sure that contractors were covered in there. But this definition also includes the student. And then a little bit later on page 7, top of page 7, it starts talking about each public school has to have notices in multiple places in the school written in simple and age-appropriate language describing how and to whom a student can report harassment or discrimination to the school. And so when I read this, first place my mind goes is to my 6-year-old. My 6-year-old wouldn't know what harassment is if it hit him in the face because he's just not developed to that point. And so in taking an adult standard and applying it to kids, my question is just, are we doing more harm than good? Because if the same way I said, don't look at the clock, and a lot of people looked at the clock, if all of a sudden I'm now taking an adult standard and holding kindergartners and first graders to that standard and making sure that we have to have lots of posters and age-appropriate dialogue around that sort of stuff, is that actually reducing the level of harassment, or because of the development of these kids? Again, I think of my 6-year-old. Are we taking an adult standard, applying it to kids, particularly young kids, and potentially exacerbating an issue here that could be addressed just through good teaching, good supervision? In committee, we heard some conversations about how years gone by, you'd have students that wouldn't get along, and you'd have a teacher be like, well, I guess you're going to sit together now and figure it out. By creating yet another formal, systematic process. Is this helping our students have that good, safe learning environment, or are we just creating another overly formalized bureaucracy, process and procedure, but this time one that, instead of applying to adults who can understand this stuff, is now going to apply to kindergartners and first graders? And so, of course, we want to have a safe learning environment. We want to make sure that our kids can go to school and focus and study and be able to absorb the knowledge that they need to absorb. But when I read through this, like I said, my big concern is, particularly for those younger kids, that this is imposing a level of adult conversations and adult topics on them that I know my 6-year-old wouldn't be able to wrap his mind around. And in so doing, is this exacerbating a problem rather than solving it? Those are my concerns. That's my concern with this piece of legislation.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you. I was just looking for the specific verbiage in here in the Constitution on protected classes. But I'm really kind of curious how this all plays out when, we have an entire law now that we're going to create an entire law that encompasses every protected class, and I'm not really sure what all. I mean, if it's sex, I think the only non-protected class is male. If it's color, I think the only non-protected color is white. If I think it's gender, the only non-protected class, I think the word is cis. If it's disability, the only non-protected class is able. If it's religion, the only non-protected class is Christian. And so when we go down this whole intersectionality, we have a law with, effectively, you have this, you create a whole law, and by the word, including the words about protected class, by specifying this protected class, you are, how is this going to handle the white male cis able-bodied Christian boy that's in school? Because this, I mean, I'm all for no discrimination. I think that would be great. I mean, kids are trying to sort this out. There is, and they should be learning they should be learning their similarities and not be focused on their differences. And kind of one of the things my colleague said is, I think this, maybe I heard, maybe I put in there myself, but this kind of focuses on everybody's differences. And let's say, how does this meet out on the playground when the white male cis able-bodied Christian boy is out on the playground and then gets in a dispute with anybody in any other category, is in some way, shape, or form in a protected class? Now you don't have an even playing field. You have a playing field that is very tipped in one direction. And how does this play out when kids, as kids are prone to do, start teasing over anything?
What?
I mean, when kids are teasing, they're pointing out some sort of truth about somebody else that they know will hurt them. And that doesn't justify it. It's just the way kids are, and that's something that we try to get them out of as they become adults. Although even into adulthood, we seem to be focused on these attributes. So what about when we have, I mean, how do we weight these categories? Because if we have two individuals that have any of these protected class attributes, well, then how do we determine, and they're both equally at fault, now what? How do we deal with this where we say, do we have to start ranking them and saying, well, you're more of a protected class, you're less of a protected class? How do we meet this out justly? Do we focus on all these different attributes? Do we put buttons on kids and maybe put a pie chart on them, and so that they can go around and see what level of oppressed or oppressor or protected or unprotected class they are? You know, I think there's, well, I mean, from the sound of it, there's a lot of very good intention behind it. I mean, because nobody likes kids' feelings in school to be hurt. I'm not advocating for kids' feelings to be just trampled by school, but I'm just trying to figure out the applicability of this, because now we're not talking about a school policy, we're talking about state law. And we're talking about pushing this down. And so now, instead of being able to be handled at the state level, at the local level, this could be forced all the way up to the state level. No, I'm being told no, but this is a state law. I'm not sure why it's a state law instead of saying, hey, here's some guidelines, maybe use these, maybe implement these for your own school. But I'm very concerned about the very specific carve-out of a very specific intersection of a non-protected class. So that's my main concern, is how do we not have open season on this one very small, narrow, unprotected class? And then how do we mitigate, and then how do we referee this based on all of the different protected status? And maybe that's not maybe it's a non-issue. I'm just trying to sort it out here for myself, like going through here, and we have multiple protected class. I'm sure sex, phenotype, color is weird, but I'll call it phenotype. That's just a physical characteristic of no actual melanin content. That's a phenotype. Gender, disability, religion. There's probably some other categories that I'm leaving out. So you have everybody in some sort of protected class, except for one very narrow band. And I'm not really sure how this does not disadvantage that one kid, because if that kid is on the playground and being taunted by another kid, and that other kid happens to be in one of those 8 different protected classes, and then the kid who's doing the taunting becomes offended, then we have a problem. So I would like no kids to be offended, no kids to be discriminated against. I just think this puts an open season on a very specific, non-protected class. I mean, you could really shorten that up by just saying everybody but these kids, everybody but this kid. So I am actually curious, this is a serious question, how is this, and I'm hoping you have a good answer, but how is this one protected class protected? This one non-protected class protected?
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L054 and ask that it be properly displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a preface to the amendment, I just want to say that the amendment number, members, is a really, really good number. 54. House District 54, Amendment 54. It's okay. It's a little late on a Sunday. I get it. But members, what this amendment does is it strikes out the words "or refuses to participate in." And this language will make the bill more versatile. When federal law dictates the process, we must follow that first. We are trying to make sure that we're adding a little bit of a future-proof element to the bill to be a little bit more beyond just Title IX. And I'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Bacon?
We got this as feedback from schools. We urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment L054? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L054. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment passes. To the bill. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, curiosity is an important thing in classrooms, and kids being able to ask questions out of their innocence is important in classrooms. It's also important, I think, for us to recognize that every single person in this room falls into basically every single one of these categories. Everybody has a race, and a creed, and a color, a sex, a sexual orientation, a gender identity, a gender expression, a family composition, religion, age, national origin, and ancestry. Everybody does. And as we try to interact one with another, sometimes there's a lot of things that are missed, that are taken the wrong way, that are misunderstood. And honestly, I wish this bill were a bill that didn't say that we were going to judge based off of a person's perceived or real membership in a protected class. I wish we had a bill that simply said we were going to create a policy around harassment and discrimination based on the fact that the person is, that they just are, that they are the unique individual that they were made to be, and that they should be honored for that unique individual, and create classrooms where kids can look at the differences, and instead of seeing them as categories that divide, see them as attributes to celebrate. I fear, based off of what I've heard in different classrooms, and how our society is dealing with increased multiculturalism and pluralism and just diversity of worldview and lifestyle and ways of being, that the way that this is framed, the way that this is designed will actually just lead to greater offense and greater hurt and greater breakdown and greater division. And I know that that's not the desire, but I fear that that will be the result. Thank you.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members, for listening to this conversation. I want to be clear that this bill does say it's not okay to harass or discriminate against our young people in our schools. And it creates a plan and process that must be displayed when it happens and when a young person reports it. These protected classes and the what about me's has been debated since the 60s. But I want to be clear that discrimination based on race does not exclude white people. It doesn't. But what this bill would include are stories like the ones we have heard that led to this bill. And I'm going to read you an article that was in the Denver Post. This young man went to school at Castle Rock Middle School. He said that there had been a lot of bullying, quote, of people calling me a monkey and a cotton picker. He wanted something to happen. I sent the email in anger and frustration, hoping to get a response to his school, and I didn't. Jeremiah then told his mother about a Snapchat group in which more than 80 Douglas County students repeatedly used racist slurs, called for the genocide of Black people, and threatened to shoot Black people and bring back the Holocaust. Students even talked about lynching him. He sent an email to his school and got no response. None. Members, I appreciate the members of the education stakeholder group that has brought amendments to this bill to make sure that it works. I appreciate my co-prime sponsors in both the House and the Senate for working so diligently to make sure that this bill is implemented in the way that we hope it to be. But this cannot continue to happen. Our young people cannot be targeted, harassed, and discriminated against because of their race, because of their sexual orientation or gender expression, because of their ability, because of their sex. And if they are brave enough to report it, can we at least tell them the outcome? Can we at least close the feedback loop? Can we at least tell them that it matters? That it matters? That they matter? That's all this bill does. This bill keeps the decision-making process at the local level. Now, while I might say there should be more of an action, that's not what this bill does. It says that you must create and publish a policy when our kids are discriminated against and harassed by other students or by adults in that school as well. That these reports must be investigated, but it also says if there is no merit and no findings and no grounds for discrimination, that there's also no repercussions that happen to that teacher in particular, the educational support professional. We want to make sure that there is, yes, an ability to report, but also protection if it was something maybe that someone didn't know. In committee, I talked about the Crown Act, and I'm really proud of this body for passing the Crown Act. That created discrimination on race based on ethnic hairstyles. And when I talked to my colleagues who are not of the same race as me, there were a few who asked, well, what about me? Or I had no idea that you were being discriminated against because of your hair. That's okay. That's an okay conversation to have. And we hope that there is conversation that happens. But after having this conversation, I think the majority of this body agreed. This shouldn't be tolerated. You shouldn't have to endure that type of discrimination. So this bill takes all the good work that we've done around non-discrimination, and make sure that our young people aren't facing the same. I know my colleague from Denver is about to walk up to the podium and talk about other components of this bill. But we have an opportunity to make sure that what happens what happened to these young people and countless others doesn't happen again. And if it does, there's someone like my good friend from Grand Junction area who can step in, who can intervene, and who can validate that person's experience and help them, help the entire school community possibly understand how they can do better. But what happened here to Jeremiah is not okay. Never should be. And I'm glad that this bill will ensure that that one line that he just hoped to get a response never happens again.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you to my colleague. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, according to the Healthy Kids Survey last year, 16,000 Colorado high schools responded yes to the question if they had ever been physically forced to have sexual intercourse when they did not want to. Around 19,000 students responded yes to the question of have they made sexual comments, jokes, gestures, or looks at someone when unwanted. And unfortunately, 1,403 Colorado students admitted to having forced someone to have sex when it was unwanted. Right now, the standard under Title IX is that the harassment must be severe and pervasive in order to warrant any action. Title IX, if you're unfamiliar with severe and pervasive, there is case law where women have been groped that was found not to be severe or pervasive. There was case law with women being asked to stay in someone's hotel room that was found to not be severe and pervasive. That's why we believe, as a state, we have an interest in providing protection to the best that we can in the way that is allowed by our Constitution in raising the floor of what the federal law says. Unfortunately, we have found ourselves in a place as a state where these complaints have been regularly made. Last year, CPR News, Boulder Valley School District now must agree to pay $1.2 million to settle a lawsuit over sexual assault allegations. The issue was that 2 former students sued the district, alleging the district knew and failed to investigate claims that a popular student athlete at a high school raped at least 2 other students but didn't investigate. We see this bill in a way that not only protects students, because this harassment statute's not just between kids and kids, it's also about kids and adults. So we see this statute as saying it doesn't need to be severe or pervasive. In these areas, if it interferes with your school programming, your school life, or even if someone has the nerve to exchange a grade for harassment, because that has not been found severe and pervasive, it will be in Colorado. Yes. We also see this bill as a way of protecting school districts. School districts, unfortunately, according to a state study that we passed here to do last year, is not consistent with following through on the protocols to investigate. The bulk of this bill is about investigation, communication, and reporting those complaints out to the state so we can have a sense of how to protect kids by pushing those school districts to do better. For what it's worth, Title IX applies all the way to preschool. So we have been talking about good and bad touches with little kids for a long time. That is not a new law. But here was the conclusion on the state study about Title IX and what we need to do to be sure we are in a place to better protect kids. Key themes. There is consistent acknowledgement that there are laws to protect people. However, nobody knows about them. The best practice for prevention of sex-based discrimination is to provide, and this is from the state, age-appropriate education to all students in K-12. A best practice is to post notice as to how and who to notify at the school of sex-based discrimination, very visibly in schools. A best practice for notification of sex-based discrimination and harassment is to have an online form for reporting. Members, the best practices in this state report are in this bill. And I said this in committee. The purpose of education is to acknowledge that knowledge is power. And when you do not know how to protect yourself, you feel powerless. So this bill says you must have a policy, and if someone claims that they are harassed, you must follow these procedures. That's all it says. It does not say what kind of punishment to exact. That's up to the school district. But at this point, we need to do this on the state level because, unfortunately, all of our school districts aren't in a place where they have these policies. And it shouldn't matter where you go to school if you're a Colorado kid, that you know how to protect yourself, and you also because this is school, where the first thing that should happen is the educational system, who does know those kids well, can intervene and say, hey, let's work on this first. Let's learn, let's restore. And so for all these reasons, member, we urge you to support this bill.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, we don't always have, let me start again. It seems like we oftentimes come up to the well to talk about the things that went wrong or the hard times that we've had in our lives. And I wanted to come up and actually talk about an example of when this went right and the difference that it made. About this time last year, I got called into my kids' school because, as it ends up, they had been receiving threatening and harassing texts based on their gender identity. Now, God love my kid, they were not having it. And they went straight to the proper authorities and said, look what's going on my phone. And credit where credit is due, the school resource officer took one look at those threats, put the phone back in my child's face and said, did you feel threatened by this text? And my kid said, yep. And he said, all right, then we're going to treat it as a threat. So what happened was, So next step, that incident was fully investigated. They found the two kids who were texting my kid threateningly under anonymous accounts. They brought them in. They did restorative justice and some punitive justice for those kids. They took them out of school for a couple of days. They asked my kid, do you want to be out of school for a couple of days to process this? They said, no, I'm good, and I'm okay. And as a result of how that was done well, handled with respect, handled with trust, handled with intention, my kids felt safe at school, even when they were being harassed and threatened. They felt that the administration had their back. That's important. That's important for any 15-year-old. I don't care what your identity is. That's important to know that the adults around you have your back. They took care of my kid. When I looked at this bill, what I saw in this bill were the best practices that I saw my school use, my kid's school, to help my kid and ensure that my kid felt safe at school, that my kid was able to continue to be successful at school and feel like a part of the school community. That's all we're looking for every kid in the state of Colorado. So it was important for me to come up and share that experience and let you know that I think these are good. These are good procedures, and I think it's really going to help kids in our state. I think one of my other colleagues wants to speak. So thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am a new American. I came to the U.S. when I was 15, and I experienced my last year of high school here in the U.S. And I went through learning English and coming to a new country. And I just remember the pressure of having to learn the new language, of how do I go to college? How, my new friends. And I was a teenager, and when I was in school, I was being told by other students to go back to my country. And why didn't I speak English? And why did I have an accent? And I was harassed and discriminated against. And my parents were working 3 jobs to pay rent, and I had to find a job. And our lives are hard as new immigrants. My life was hard. And in my community, we are 30% Latino. We have majority minority schools. And these are situations that happen every day in our communities that our students are living with today in communities. So this is a very important law, very important legislation that I'm going to be very proud to vote yes on.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. I'm old enough to remember when Title IX came in. And at that time, it was kind of a remarkable thing. We did talk about sex, and we talked about sexual harassment. And this seemed to be the perfect bill at the perfect time for that kind of discussion. I've also taught high school for 20 years. I don't say that very often down here. But things have really changed. It's not just Title IX sexual harassment anymore. There are so many other things that go on. We have LGBTQ community. We have kids who identify as being different. We have people who say it's perfectly okay to harass people if they are from another country or have an accent or have a handicap. People are accepting of that now, and we should not be. This is a good bill, and it's exactly what we need to expand what Title IX does and to make sure that Colorado is safe for every single student. We should not accept anything that's anything less than that. Please vote yes on this. Things have changed. People have changed, and our attitudes have changed, and we need...
Time for this bill. Discussion has ended.
The end.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 23-296 as amended. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate Bill 23-296 as amended has passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read Senate Bill 23-280.
Senate Bill 280 by Senator Mullick, also Representative Snyder, concerning the mitigation of certain transportation-related environmental hazards and in connection therewith, creating the Fuels Impact Enterprise to administer programs and impose fees that are related to the transportation of fuel within the state, modifying the Clean Fleet Enterprise so that it administers programs and imposes fees that are designed to reduce emissions from diesel trucks, creating a tax credit for the conversion, lease, or purchase of clean commercial vehicles, modifying the fee collected for the distribution to the perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances cash fund, modifying the petroleum storage tank fund, allowing the Colorado State Patrol to conform hazard materials routing regulations to Transportation Commission rules, phasing out the use of certain diesel trucks on state projects and making an appropriation.
Representative Snyder.
Madam Chair, it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an absolute honor to serve with you.
Thank you. And with that, I move Senate Bill 280, the Finance Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
I move L025, an amendment to the aforementioned Appropriations Committee report. And ask that it be displayed.
L25 has been properly displayed. Please proceed.
So, folks, We actually took an amendment in appropriations that initially looked like it was completely eliminating any costs associated with the Department of Revenue. They took a second look at it and decided they need a small amount of money, so $18,000 to related to taxation services, another $18,000 for the Gen Tax support, and as something that should make everybody happy, we're narrowing and reducing the title. So that's all we're doing in L025, and I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L25 to the Appropriations Committee report. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The amendment passes.
So we did take an amendment in the Appropriations Committee report. It basically eliminated two parts of the bill, a tax credit and a grant program. And that was the areas that we had to get a revised little fiscal analysis for the amendment we just passed. So with that, I would ask for a yes vote on the Appropriations Committee report as amended.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report as amended? Representative Holtorf?
That's right, leave it there. So I just have a couple questions because I did have a couple concerns about this bill and the appropriations. If the bill sponsor would talk a little bit more about the grant and the appropriation for this, the number one, the taking of money from the distributors that's going to be this fee, and then how that ties into the grant and the distribution of this money in the bill. If you talk to me a little bit about that and how that relates to this Appropriation Committee report, I'd really appreciate that.
Representative Snyder.
Sure. Thank you. Excellent question, Representative from Akron. So this bill now is entirely funded voluntarily with a self-imposed fee by the fuel distributors and related industries. They're raising approximately $14 million in the first year and getting up close to $19 million for the years thereafter. And everything we're doing, all the things you're going to hear about when we get to the bill, are going to be funded out of these new enterprises that this bill seeks to create and is brought to us voluntarily from the industry themselves, imposing a small fee on fuels. And really, there's any costs incurred by the state are pretty much gone, except for what we just passed an amendment, pointed out the approximately $36,000 one-time costs to update DOR's tax services and the related Gen Tax.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report as amended? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report as amended. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report as amended passes. To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in Finance, we did take several amendments. Some of those were revised in appropriations. So I'll try to lay off of those, dealing with the aforementioned tax credit. The first two that we took basically were cleaning up some of those programs which are no longer in the bill. But we did take one on behalf of CDPHE that ensures that the existing Clean Fleet program and funds are not available for this bill. We took one that eliminated stripped the state projects fees out of the bill. And one more. We had some clarifying language regarding how the fuel impact reduction fee is to be collected. So those are the changes that we took in the Finance Committee report, and I would ask for a yes on the Finance Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The Finance Committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Snyder.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, we made some pretty significant changes in the Appropriations Committee. And so what I want to do is talk about what's still in the bill, because this is a really good bill. It has a lot of great benefits to a lot of areas that deal with everything from hazmat to disproportionately impacted areas in the state that have impacts from the fuel distribution business and related businesses. So the bill does create the Fuel Impact Enterprise in the Colorado Department of Transportation. There's a cash fund associated with that. That's where we're paying all the fees, all the costs related to the programs that we're going to talk about. We also have a transfer, an annual transfer to the Department of Labor and Employment to the Petroleum Storage Tank Fund and to the Petroleum Cleanup and Redevelopment Fund. Now, folks, our Petroleum Storage Tank Fund has been so successful. They have really done a great job. And you can imagine how many storage tanks for these types of fuels are around the state. But they have really done a fabulous job. There's some of the unsung heroes here in Colorado. This bill will provide ongoing funding to make sure that approximately 20-plus employees will stay able to keep doing their job. We've also changed the mission of that storage tank fund. It doesn't need as much funds as it's gotten in the past, so we're allowing the fees to be transferred over to the Petroleum Cleanup and Redevelopment Fund. Let's see here. So I think I mentioned already, but I didn't really get into the details of it that too much, but this is an industry-generated bill. The industry is coming to the state of Colorado recognizing that some of their activities, which are essential to our Colorado economy, do have difficult impacts on the state of Colorado. So what we're seeking to do, here we go. So they are going to charge a 0.006125 of a penny on approximately 2.37 billion gallons of fuel. And this first year, that'll raise about 14.5 million. In out years, it's over $3 billion gallons of fuel. It'll raise approximately $20 million. Out of this newly created fuel impact reduction fee, approximately $10 million of that money will go annually to very impacted communities. And we have a list of the communities that are going to be on the list, and it can be expanded. But we're talking $6,400,000 to Adams County, $2 million to the city of Aurora, $1.3 million to El Paso, $240,000 to Mesa County, and $60,000 to Otero counties. These are the most affected places with from our fuel activity, and they should get a good lion's share of the money. We also will be working with CDPHE and making sure that these programs within that department are fully funded. We'll be providing the funds to move all of our hazmat carriers. Now, the State Patrol has a hazmat division, and they are some of the other unsung heroes here in Colorado. So they've been working at it for a long time. When there is a hazardous spill or a leak, those are the men and women that are in those white hazmat suits. They're so often the first ones on the scene. They deal with everything from toxic spills on the road to unknown white powder spills. They're also some of the first people to arrive after there's been a wildfire has impacted or even a building fire to check and make sure that there aren't any toxic releases or anything that could be harmful to the public. This is an area where we've been getting more and more busy. They've been averaging about 250 such incidents a year. In 2021, they actually hit 350 incidents. So not only are we providing funding for them, for training, for equipment upgrades, we're also making sure that they will now be eligible for the Firefighters Cancer Fund. So I think it's really important that we recognize the good work that those folks do. So really, that is it in a nutshell. There's many other smaller aspects to this bill, and I'm happy to get into those details if that is desired. But I think the really important thing to realize that this is an industry stepping up to the plate and saying, we recognize that our industrial activities have potential harmful impacts, both to the environment and to communities. And so they are putting a fee upon themselves, creating this cash fund and spending it for public benefit.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor. I understand what the bill does. I understand the importance, in this case, of components and elements of this bill. Here's something that I just want. This is more of a general objection, but I think it applies, the objection applies well to this type of legislation. So allow me to explain the concerns that I have. The industry obviously wouldn't have a strong objection in this case because it's a very small fee. I'm not going to call it a hickey. We had that class a couple weeks ago. But it is a small fee. Now, industry can very easily pass that fee on. The distributors, transporters, those jobbers out there. And that fee will get passed on to the consumer, guaranteed. So my first objection for this chamber and my colleagues is to understand, not in every sector, but in these sectors, it's easy to pass the fees, particularly small fees, but the consumer ends up having to pick it up at the end in whatever increment or measure. That's the first point I want to make. The next thing that I have really strong objection to my good colleague from Manitou Springs, is I have seen more and more enterprises built. Enterprises that then are allowed to assess fees. But ladies and gentlemen, in my mind, and to many of my constituents' minds, a fee is just another way to spell tax. So, trying to promote less taxation and more representation, not more taxation without representation, or taxation without representation, which was what started in the colonial days, our revolution, one of several elements. I want to caution us every time we come to town and dream up more enterprises, enterprise plural, so we can extract more fees, which in turn will tax the consumer or an industry or a sector of industry that doesn't need necessarily that burden. So that's my general objection. I think my colleague understands what I'm saying, and we just can't be doing more and more and more of this. We need to think about the impacts and try to have less of a burden on Colorado citizens and Colorado taxpayers. Thank you.
Representative Snyder.
Yes, thank you, and thank you to my colleague from Akron. I'm certainly well aware of the enterprise issue that's going on. I believe there is a court case that will eventually be decided to help clarify what we can do there. This bill does create enterprise fee, but again, it is not something being imposed on anybody. This is industry coming to the state saying, we recognize the need, we recognize our role in creating some of that need, we want to address it. So unfortunately, that's the best model we have in Colorado right now, so stand by. I guess we'll see what happens with the court fee. I also wanted to point out that they already fund the PFAS fund to the tune of about $8 million a year. This bill will increase that funding to $9 million a year. So $1 million will be going into the PFAS fund, and that ties in. That's why we're also addressing the hazmat state patrol people, because they're very related. They're using that foam. I think we're trying to get rid of that foam, but in some of these industrial fires, fuel fires, it's really the only effective thing we have, and I know we're desperately trying to get away from that. So there's money in there also for that. And realize, I think I mentioned that the storage tank fund funds about 20 or plus employees, and their funding is set to expire in September. So this bill will renew them on into the future. So it's really a win-win for everybody. It's a win for the distributors, their ability to come forward and mitigate some of the impacts. And it's definitely a win for the people of Colorado, because these are some of the most important safety and environmental services that we provide, and this is industry saying we will step up and fund those for us. So I would ask for a yes vote on Senate Bill 280.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 23-280 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 23-280 as amended passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Schiebel, will you read Senate Bill 23-092?
Senate Bill 92 by Senators Simpson and Hansen, also Representatives McCormick and Soper, concerning opportunities for voluntary emission reductions in agriculture and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
I don't think we amended.
Sorry. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 92, the Appropriations Committee report, and the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee report.
To the appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, we had to have an amendment that struck a lot of language out of the bill so that we could move the fiscal note from about $15.2 million to about $800,000. And we took a lot out of the bill, but really saved a lot of the great stuff that the bill can still do. And I have an amendment to the Appropriations Committee report. I move L022 to the whoops, that's not the right one. Oh yeah, that's the right one. L022 to the Appropriations Committee report. And ask that it be displayed properly.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In this amendment, there were some lines in the Appropriations Committee report that were supposed to have been removed, and they weren't, and those lines refer to a part of the bill where the Department of Revenue costs were in the bill, but we took that part out of the appropriations, so that those few lines referring to the Department of Revenue costs also need to go, and this is what this amendment does, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L022 to the Appropriations Committee report. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment passes. To the Appropriations Committee report. Sorry. What? You have two?
I urge an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report, as amended.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report as amended? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report as amended. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report as amended passes. To the Agricultural Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Agricultural Committee, we actually added some language that we had to take out, and now we're going to have to put it back in. So at this time, I will just urge an aye vote on the Agricultural Committee report, and I'll explain more later when we get to the bill. I urge an aye vote on the Ag Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Ag Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Ag Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Ag Committee report passes. To the bill. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me tell you a little bit about this bill, because it's a really great bill. This bill sets up the ability for the Agricultural Drought and Climate Resilience Office in the Department of Agriculture to be able to look at grant awards for agricultural landowners that are using their ag land in production to look at adding solar panels to their ag land that's in production. And this ability for this dual land purpose is called agrivoltaics. Many of you know that word, but some people don't. It's really cool, dual use of land. The bill will also allow the CWCB, the Colorado Water Conservation Board, and the Department of Natural Resources to do a study to look at aquavoltaics, and we're going to need to change that name here in a minute, but I want to tell you about aquavoltaics, which is the use of solar panels over or on bodies of water. So it also does that. And it has the Department of Agriculture look at examining greenhouse gas emissions mitigation and carbon sequestration in the area of the agricultural sector, including soil health management practices, the use of dry digesters, and the potential for creating a greenhouse gas offset program, and just to begin that study on what that would look like and how we might be able to incorporate that as we move forward.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also want to thank my co-prime sponsor, Representative McCormick. This was a bill that came actually out of another bill we contemplated last year, and I remember myself and Senator Simpson and a few others stood up and said, hey, if it was just limited to agrivoltaics or even aquavoltaics, that's something we could get behind, because it's the ability of the state to be able to test and engage in some feasibility to see what it is that can work and what may not work as you're actually moving it out into the field, no pun intended, and to really see the effects of, could we actually put solar panels above crops? Could we actually put them above canals or ditches? What does that actually look like? And just talking a little bit about aquavoltaics, we're about to change the name to, sure. Before I talk about the name change, I'm going to go ahead and move the amendment so we can start talking about the name change. I move Amendment L018 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L018 is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we've discovered in the last number of hours is that actually aquavoltaics is a very limited term, and that actually NREL, the National Renewable Energy Lab, uses the term float voltaics. Don't ask me why. I think it'd be a better name for a band rather than for what I would consider to be aquavoltaics. And I also need to tell this body and committee, I inadvertently used the wrong name for both of these concepts and called it hydrovoltaics. So if you were in committee, please scratch all my references to hydrovoltaics. And if you read the bill, scratch the references to aquavoltaics. We're now going to call them float voltaics. Also, so we're not limiting to the possibility of smaller projects will include less than 500 kW within this particular amendment as well, and would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L018 to Senate Bill 23092. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes.
Okay.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L021 and ask that it be displayed. properly.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you. Members, this amendment, earlier you heard me speak about how we took a lot out of the bill in order to decrease the fiscal note quite a bit. And in order to do that, we had to take language out that was put in the Agriculture Committee that we need to put back in now, and I'm going to tell you what that is. There's a part, this amendment, that fixes some grammar, which we know is very important. And there's also, most of this amendment is to add language to clarify what can be considered for property tax exemptions when a farm or ranch is using some of their structures in incorporating solar panels on some of those structures. So it's important that we define that, and that's what this amendment does, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L021? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L021 to Senate Bill 23092. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment passes. To the bill. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just going back to the bill and what it does, I really got interested in this subject too because there is a great solar farm in my county that is a model for agrivoltaics, that there's a lot of study being done on how well crops grow under these solar panels, what's the best height off the ground, what are they're measuring soil moisture and other soil qualities in different parts of this farm. They're looking at different vegetables and other things that can grow, what grows better in more shade versus more sun. It is really a fascinating topic to see, can we get this at scale? This farm in Boulder County is not that large, but with this program and with this grant funding, we are looking at seeing if we can move this out and get it at scale so that agricultural landowners can potentially look at a new source of income on top of whatever it is they're producing, whether they want to use this land for grazing cattle or sheep, how that would work, and also across our state, all the different commodities that we are growing to be able to be part of energy production as well. I think it's really exciting, and I hope that the little bit of money that we got into the grant program this year is a good start, and perhaps in the future we can look to continue to fund this after we get a few projects going out there in our state. I urge an aye vote on the bill.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge an aye vote, but I became interested in this topic a little over a year ago. And in talking to a lot of the orchardists in my district out in Palisade, one thing they've said is, hey, Matt, we may be orchardists, we may be farmers, but we're also really interested in agriculture. Sorry, not agriculture. Of course they're interested in agriculture. They're interested in high-tech farming and the ability to continue to innovate and continue to reinvest and find new ways. They were super excited about the possibility to just test. If you were to put a solar panel, one that's very translucent, above a particular orchard, would it be able to limit the effects of a frost? And that was one thing they were asking. Or a number of canals on the more urban or suburban rural interface, where you have something that covers the canal, would that actually be able to reduce the temperature enough so that we're not losing so much through evaporation? And those are things that we can only be able to determine by actually going out into the field, doing a test at a size where we can say, okay, is this working or is it not working? And obviously it's completely voluntary, and it's one that it's going to take certain farmers to be able to stand up and say, yes, we'd like to be able to see this. So I'm super excited about all the potential that's going to be here. I think that we're going to learn an awful lot as a state. And while I'm a little bit disappointed we had to scale it back to 1/20th of what we originally set out as, that's also the lawmaking process. And we're going to be able to get a lot of good things done with what we're doing here still. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to just take this opportunity to thank my co-chair, because a co-sponsor, because we did work really hard on this piece last year, and we tried very hard to save it. It is very exciting to see here we are almost a year to the day later, being able to bring this forward. So thank you very, very much, and please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 23092 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate Bill 23092 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, will you read Senate Bill 23302?
Senate Bill 302 by Senators Pelton B. and Hendrickson, also Representatives Ortiz and Hartsook, concerning changes to the Colorado Veterans Service to Career Program.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening. I move Senate Bill 23302 and the appropriations report.
To the committee report. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll figure this out sooner or later. So in appropriations, there was a single amendment that extended the bill until the end of the fiscal year of '24, which will be next July, well, actually, end of June. And then we will have to get funding after that, but they came through, and that's what the extension was for. And so I request an aye vote on the appropriations report. And
Representative Ortiz.
I was like, I was going to do him.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank my co-prime for all the work he did. While I was working virtually, I also want to thank the JBC staff and leadership for helping us find the solution. We found ourselves in a situation where the program was going to expire, even though we secured funding to last throughout the year. And we will be back to request more funding. This program is a great program. It needs to continue to exist. And I will remind everyone that y'all took $7.4 million from veterans. I subtracted the $500,000 you added this year for other programs, and we will be back for it. And this will be one of the programs we'll be looking to fund. But I appreciate the amendment to keep this program going for the funding we already allocated. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriation Committee report. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The Appropriation Committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And many thanks to my co-prime who his voice just came booming over the speakers. You woke everyone up there, which was great. So thank you. On this bill, I was honored when my fellow veteran, Representative Ortiz, asked me to join him on this. What is very important about this bill is the transition for veterans into the workforce. Most veterans come out and there's a series of out processing that they go through to get them into the civilian sector. Veterans that have disabilities, veterans that have PTSD, veterans that get out and then have additional problems don't always have those venues. Well, Mount Carmel Veterans Service Center and other organizations like them are very unique in that they do custom design work to take those veterans and their disabilities and plug them into the needs of society that are out there. And that covers a spectrum as wide of anything in the work field that you can think of, from IT, construction, management, you name it. They figure out how to plug them out there. They take and they do job counseling, interviews, resumes, all of that stuff to help them get into that sector and work and be in society and contributing. And they're not just in the high concentrations of where there are bases. I mean, we're talking about places that include right here in Denver, Laramie County, Mesa, Pikes Peak, Weld County, El Paso. It's all over the state, out in rural Colorado and the big city in the Front Range. These organizations are critical because they take veterans and then other dependents that have that eligibility and help them get into that workforce. So instead of just being there and collecting disability from the VA or whatever else that they have, they help them get a job and be productive, help their self-esteem, and contribute to society, paying taxes and revenue and everything else. I have a whole laundry list, but in revenue of tonight, we won't go through that. I absolutely urge an aye vote, and at this time, I'd like to turn it over to my co-prime, Representative Ortiz, to fill in his piece, please.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my co-prime for giving y'all some context. The only thing I'll keep harping on is the fact that veterans tend to have a higher unemployment rate and even higher underemployment rate when they're transitioning out of the military. It's not that we don't have amazing skills and training and education coming out of the military. It's just that we are not yet familiar with how to translate that into civilian workforce, and HR, those that hire, aren't exactly sure how that translates for them. Once we do get our first job, outcomes after that tend to be higher than our civilian counterparts. So this is a needed program to make sure that veterans are transitioning successfully out of the military and throughout their life cycle as they get to enjoy the freedoms that they fought so hard for and sacrificed for. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is a passage of Senate Bill 23-302. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Weak.
Senate Bill 23-302 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The committee will rise and report.
Come on.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move the committee rise and report. All right.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it is under consideration of the following touch bills being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 92 is amended, 280 is amended, 296 is amended, 302 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading final passage. Senate Bill 61 laid over until May 9th, 2023.
Representative Hamrick. The motion before us is that the House adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole. There are no amendments at the desk. We finally got it right. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Bradley Winter Woodrow. Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 15 no, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Members, I have one announcement. Representative Byrd will replace Representative Frizzell on Senate Bill 304. Madam Majority Leader. Members, we are proceeding to third readings. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1159.
House Bill 1159 by Representative Luck, also Senator Baisley, concerning studying family law court proceedings and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1159 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1159 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Members, we are on third readings. No discussion. Please close the machine. 30 aye, 33 no, and 2 excused. House Bill 1159 is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 145.
Senate Bill 145 by Senators Danielson and Cutter, also Representative Story and Titone, concerning the creation of a special license plate to commemorate the Stegosaurus as the Colorado state fossil and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 145 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 145 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 13 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 145 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 212.
Senate Bill 212 by Senator Danielson, also Representatives Parenti and McCormick, concerning the creation of a CB's license plate to honor the CB's tradition and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 212 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 212 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Froelich. Representative Froelich. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 8 no, 2 excused, Senate Bill 212 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 306.
Senate Bill 306 by Senators Moreno and Simpson, also Representatives Valdez and Lindsay, concerning state capital assets and in connection therewith, determining office space for the legislative department in the Capitol complex, specifying additional resources of funding, and modifying the time of the funding for certain capital construction projects for state-owned buildings and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 306 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 306 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye, 10 no, 1 excused, Senate Bill 306 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over Senate Bill 271 to the end of the third reading calendar.
Senate Bill 271 will be laid over until the end of the third reading calendar. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 282.
Senate Bill 282 by Senators Gardner and Gonzalez, also Representatives Weissman and Soper, concerning the creation of Jury Appreciation Day.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 282 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 282 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative English and Weinberg. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 23 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 282 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Members, we are on third readings. I'll ask you all to keep your voices down. Thank you. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 164.
Senate Bill 164 by Senators Gonzalez and Gardner, also Representatives Bacon and Weissman, concerning the continuation of the Sex Offender Management Board and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations contained in 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 164 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 164 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 3 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 164 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 252.
Senate Bill 252 by Senators Van Winkle and Gonzalez, also Representatives Doherty and Hartsook, concerning hospital medical price transparency.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 252 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 252 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Byrd, Bradley Luck. Representative Luck. Please close the machine. 61 aye, 3 no, 1 excuse. Senate Bill 252 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Ortiz and Morrow co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 64.
Senate Bill 64 by Senators Gardner and Janal, also Representatives Snyder and Armagost, concerning the Office of Public Guardianship.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 64 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 64 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Story. Representative Story. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 3 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 64 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 108.
Senate Bill 108 by Senators Baisley and Winter F., also Representatives Puglisi and Frizzell, concerning temporary reductions in property taxes due.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 108 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 108 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 aye, 0 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 108 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 298.
Senate Bill 298 by Senators Gardner and Roberts, also Representatives McCormick and Bockenfeld, concerning allowing certain public hospitals to improve access to health care through collaboration and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 298 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 298 on third reading, final passage. Members, ask you to keep your voices down. We've got energy. Motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 298 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 4 no, 1 excused, Senate Bill 298 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 267.
Senate Bill 267 by Senators Van Winkle and Cutter, also Representatives Titone and Bradley, concerning a water quality fee be paid for admission to Chatfield State Park and in connection therewith requiring the Division of Parks and Wildlife to collect the fee and transfer the amount of the fee to the Chatfield Watershed Authority.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 267 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Titone.
I'm scared.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have to offer, we'll ask for permission to run a third reading amendment. There was a typo. We want to fix it.
It's her fault.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is permission, request for permission to run a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 267. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes.
Wilford? Yeah. No, this is real. No.
Holdsworth back there.
I don't do that.
Who?
Story.
Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 2 no, 1 excused, permission for a third reading amendment is granted. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L005 and ask for it to be improperly displayed.
It is properly displayed.
That'll work.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you can see, Centennial was spelled wrong. And then we had to change this other thing here for the commission. So please help fix the mistake. It happened. I don't know.
So, members, might I invite you all, because I know there are a lot of bill drafters downstairs right now who are listening to us. Let's give them a round of applause for being human and wonderful. Oh, standing ovation. That was awesome. Representative Bradley.
Madam Speaker, we did that on purpose so that you guys could recognize our bill drafters.
That was brilliant. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 267. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 2 no, 1 excused, Senate Bill Amendment L005 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 267 as amended.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 267 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Velasco. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, 1 excused, Senate Bill 267 as amended is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 25.
Senate Bill 25 by Senator Baisley, also Representatives Byrd and Bottoms, concerning the creation of the In God We Trust license plate and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 25 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 25 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 20 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 25 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 304.
Senate Bill 304 by Senators Hansen and Fenberg, also Representatives Marshall and Byrd, concerning changes to property tax valuation practices and in connection therewith, requiring property tax assessors to consider certain information when valuing real property, requiring certain counties use the alternative protest and appeal procedure in any year of general reassessment of real property that is valued biennially, and clarifying that the data a property tax assessor is required to provide at the request of a taxpayer must include certain information.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 304 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 304 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Prenti. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 20 no, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 304 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 176.
Senate Bill 176 by Senators Moreno and Cutter, also Representative DeGree Kennedy, concerning measures to improve outcomes for individuals with an eating disorder.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 176 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 176 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 13 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 176 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 251.
Senate Bill 251 by Senators Robertson Rich, also Representatives Doherty and Puglisi, concerning requirement that the Attorney General represent the Department of Revenue in all driver's license and state identification card appeals and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 251 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 251 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Byrd, English, Frizzell, Sirota. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 2 no, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 251 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 286.
Senate Bill 286 by Senator Hansen, also Representative Snyder and Soper, concerning improving public access to government records.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 286 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would like to ask permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Please proceed. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So it's very technical in nature, and it's something that should have been incorporated originally as the bill was re-revised, but somehow they missed something, so it may look a little funky, but it really is correcting a little bit of a drafting error here.
Okay. Question before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 286. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes.
In case you don't see it.
Okay.
Representative Frizzell is excused. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 3 no, 2 excused, the permission to run a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 286 is granted. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment L016 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. That is improperly displayed. Much better, much better. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see that first draft was nixed somehow.
So bad.
Well, members, this is truly technical. We're going back to mail, and it's the original version that was in the bill from the Senate. That was it.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is
And we asked for a yes vote, most importantly.
the motion before us is the adoption of L016 to Senate Bill 286. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 1 no, 1 excused, Amendment L016 is adopted. Madam Representative Snyder.
Madam Speaker, I move for the passage of Senate Bill 286 as amended on third reading and final passage.
The question before us? The question before us. Well done. The question before us. The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 286 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, 1 excused, Senate Bill 286 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to call for a brief recess.
The House will stand in recess. The House will come back to some semblance of order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 271.
Senate Bill 271 by Senators Roberts and Van Winkle, also Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Snyder, concerning the regulation of compounds that are related to cannabinoids and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 271 on third reading, final passage.
Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for permission for a third reading amendment.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you may remember, there was a fairly contentious discussion yesterday over the appropriate age limits that would be in place for these hemp products that may contain some amount of THC. An amendment was added to the bill, and in the 24 hours since then, Representative Amable, Representative Snyder, and I have been working with the Senate sponsors, the governor's office, numerous stakeholders on finding a compromise to avoid going to a conference committee. And so we have arrived at that with this amendment, and we would love your permission so we can tell you what's in it.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 271. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Holtorf. Bacon is excused. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 13 no, and 2 excused, permission to run a third reading amendment is granted. Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for your permission. So what this amendment does is, as I said, clarifies the THC limits and the ratios between CBD and THC that will require age verification and packaging limits. So right now in the bill, if you've got more than 1.75 milligrams of THC per serving, it's marijuana and has to be sold in the regulated market. Also, if it's less than a 15-to-1 ratio of CBD to THC, it's marijuana and it has to be sold in the regulated market. Under this amendment, if it's between 1.25 and 1.75 milligrams of THC, you have to show ID and you can't buy more than 5 per package. If it's less than 1.25 milligrams of THC, but the ratio is between 15-to-1 and 20-to-1 of CBD to THC, wait. Then you still have to check ID and still have a packaging limit. It's taken me a lot of repetition to get this figured out. I have a little graph if anyone wants to see it. Long story short, we believe that we have found the right balance between protecting kids from purchasing products that could contain harmful amounts of THC, but we have also made sure that the products that are primarily CBD products that are helping people with severe health conditions are still going to be available and accessible. This amendment also adds some clarification on labeling requirements, so it'll be very clear when these products contain THC and what the ratios are.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you all for sorry for the delay tonight. And I just wanted to say that we all work together, and with all these people that are out there in the lobby, we created, all of you created a little bit of a firestorm in our desire to protect kids from harmful products. And so thank you all, because they listened when they saw how many of you stood up. So thank you. And please vote yes.
See, Representative Snyder. No.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just can't tell you how much I appreciate my co-prime sponsor and Rep. Amable, and please vote yes.
Representative Snyder, would you move the amendment, please?
I move Amendment L35 and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Seeing no further discussion, The question that before us is the adoption of L035 to Senate Bill 271. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 10 no, to excuse, Amendment 35 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 271 as amended.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 271 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and, oh, I'm sorry, Representative Holtorf.
Madam Speaker, I'm in support of this, but I want the chamber to know something. Oh my God, listen up, this is important. The labs now and the people in this sector can distill this down, either marijuana or hemp, and they can extract a substance that's 100% THC. 100%. This isn't funny. Now, these chemists are doing some very powerful things in this space. And this is important. But we may need to do more. We may need to do more. Because the industry and the laboratories and the people that cook and crystallize this stuff, Delta 8, Delta 9, Delta 10, are so far ahead of Colorado in what we're doing, they're laughing at us right now. And I'm just telling you, I'm sincere and honest, you got to take me seriously. You wonder, how in the hell does a country boy know that? Because people are doing it out in the country in this state.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 271 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 2 no, and 2 excuse, Senate Bill 271, as amended, is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, next on the calendar is consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1002.
House Bill 1002 by Representatives Mabry and Judah, also Senator Roberts, concerning the affordability of epinephrine auto-injectors and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the adoption of the first conference committee report on House Bill 1002.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, in this conference committee, we adopted an amendment that made sure that the provisions of our law complied with existing federal protections, and then we clarified an amendment that we brought in committee in the House to clarify how pharmacies are reimbursed. And we ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the conference committee report on House Bill 1002. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 14 no, 1 excuse, the committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1002 as amended by Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1002 as amended by the Conference Committee report. The repassage, not adoption. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye, 10 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1002 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1108.
House Bill 1108 by Representatives Duran and Evans, also Senators Hansen and Gardner, concerning the creation of a task force to study victim and survivor awareness and responsiveness training requirements for judicial personnel and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1108.
Please proceed. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as you all remember, this was just setting up a task force to study how we can best provide training to our judiciary and the folks that work in the judiciary to be sensitive to victims and avoid re-victimizing victims as they move through the court process. So what we discussed in the conference committee was where this task force would be housed. There was some discussion about the Judicial Department versus the Office for Victims Programs. We moved it back to the Office for Victims Programs because we wanted an objective result, and housing this in the judiciary when it's studying the judiciary didn't seem like it might give us that objective result. So we were able to come to some agreement. It now lives in the Division of Criminal Justice, the Office of Victims Programs, and we would ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Conference Committee report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Catlin, please close the machine. With 59 aye, 5 no, 1 excused, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1108 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1108 as amended by the Conference Committee report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. 58 aye, 6 no, 1 excused. The repassage of House Bill 1108 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. There it goes. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1132.
House Bill 1132 by Representative Snyder and Soper, also Senator Fields, concerning the Court Data Sharing Task Force and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we did have our conference committee. The Senate had put on 3 additional members to the task force, which made the grand total of 16. We don't prefer even-numbered task forces, so we were able to unanimously agree to remove the representative from the Department of Human Services, but we have an agreement where they will be presenting and part of the process, just won't be on the task force. So we ask to accept, adopt, concur,
move
with the committee report.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll help my co-prime sponsor out here and move the committee report, the first conference committee report for House Bill 1132.
There we go. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report on House Bill 1132. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 5 no, 1 excused, the conference committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1132 as amended by Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1132 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 8 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1132, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1105.
House Bill 1105 by Representatives Parenti and Titone, also Senators Cutter and Fields, concerning the creation of task forces to examine issues affecting certain homeowners' rights and in connection therewith, creating the HOA Homeowners' Rights Task Force and the Metropolitan District Homeowners' Rights Task Force, and making an appropriation.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1105.
Well done. Please proceed.
All right. Well, the Senate moved the location of where this was to be
Administered.
Yes, thank you. And because of that, Dora had some suggestions on how they could run it better. So we followed their recommendations, and it's all good.
Yeah.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion. The motion before us is to adopt the first committee report, conference committee report on House Bill 1105. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 48 ayes, 16 no, and 1 excused, the conference committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1105 as amended by Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1105 as amended by the first Conference Committee report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1105 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1181.
House Bill 1181 by Representative Morrow, also Senators Henriksen and Mullica, concerning the regulation of guaranteed asset protection agreements.
Representative Morrow.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was going to be on. So what we did was clarify some language to make sure the Attorney General's office would be supervising. And we did change from 5% to 4% as a compromise. So I want to concur.
Great. If you will please move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1181.
I move to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1181.
I hope you can hear all the turkeys.
I hear you. And I had a poem, but I left it on my desk.
The motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1181. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye, 15 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1181 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1181 as amended. Oh yeah, I deserve it. I deserve it. As amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye, 15 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1181 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1205.
House Bill 1205 by Representatives Lynch and Bacon, also Senators Gardner and Moreno, concerning the creation of the Office of the Judicial Discipline Ombudsman and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1205. Oink.
Please
claiming my
proceed.
space. I'm sorry.
Please proceed. Minority Leader Lynch. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. Members, the Senate passed quite a few amendments just to be sure we could find a little bit more alignment with judiciary as well as some of the stakeholders. There were quite a few amendments to change, for example, who was added to the selection board to be sure that we had the right language on a claimant. And so even though we might have to take a trip to the reviser, we're going to ask that we concur.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It wasn't perfect, but they did okay, so I guess we'll concur.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1205. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Snyder and Story. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, 1 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1205 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1205 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1205 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Winter. Please close the machine. With 58 ayes, 6 no, and 1 excused, the repassage of House Bill 1205 as amended happens. Is that official? Co-sponsors. Oh. It's good. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1199.
House Bill 1199 by Representatives Froelich and Soper, also Senator Winter F., concerning measures to provide additional access to services for victims of sexual assault and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move to concur with the Senate amendments. Yes.
Representative Froelich. Representative Froelich.
You know when you take all 6 guesses, Wordle says few? Well, that's how we feel about having to concur in front of you. We asked to concur, let's get these rape kits tracked. All this body needs to do is have our backs.
Seeing no further poetry, the question before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1199. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Amabile. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1199 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1199 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1199 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Mabry. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1199 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1215.
House Bill 1215 by Representative Sirota and Basenecker, also Senators Mullica and Cutter, concerning limitations on hospital facility fees and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1215.
Please proceed.
In the Senate, they made several amendments, including some technical changes, but also after careful agreement or engagement with the carriers, the hospitals, the administration, and more groups, we replaced the existing study design to change the process so it's driven by a balanced steering committee, and made some other adjustments there so that everyone is comfortable about the way in which we will gather the data needed to evaluate facility fees charged by hospital systems. And they also struck telehealth from the bill, so now there are only restrictions on charging for preventive services to patients, but hospitals can still collect from the carriers in their negotiated contracts. So hopefully this makes the bill more palatable to everyone, and yet still will collect the data we need to make sure that we are meeting the needs of consumers in Colorado. And to ask for your aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1215. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Byrd. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 17 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1215 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1215 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1215 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 19 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1215 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1242.
House Bill 1242 by Representatives Basenecker and Joseph, also Senators Cutter and Priola, concerning water used in oil and gas operations and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Joseph.
Oh, well, thank you, Madam Speaker. We move to concur with the Senate amendments.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. They made relatively minor adjustments in the Senate to further clarify consortium membership, reimbursement, lack of party status and rulemaking, and they made a date adjustment that somehow we missed here in the House, although I'm skeptical about that because I think we send our bills in great shape over to the Senate. But we'll trust them on that. We ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion. Oh, Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1242.
Well done.
Thank
Seeing
you.
no further discussion, the question before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1242. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Marshall. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 13 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1242 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1242 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1242 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, and 1 excused, the motion to repass House Bill 1242 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1255.
House Bill 1255 by Representatives Lindstedt and Dixon, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning preemption of local regulations limiting the number of building permits issued for development.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The lower chamber made completely unnecessary changes to our bill to clarify that inclusionary housing ordinances would not be affected. And I guess since it makes them feel better, we will accept those changes.
Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1255.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1255. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 21 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1255 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1255 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1255 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 23 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1255 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1285.
House Bill 1285 by Representative Valdez, also Senators Priola and Cutter, concerning the requirement that a store use fees collected from single-use bags to purchase certain items for the store.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1285.
Please proceed.
They made one change. They reduced the number of things that a retailer can use, and it includes recycled bags. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Excellent. The question before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1285. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 17 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1285 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1285 as amended.
The motion before us is the passage of the repassage of House Bill 1285 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Oh. Please close the machine. With 48 ayes, 16 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1285 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1295.
House Bill 1295 by Representatives Burton Bockenfeld, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning the review of payments made by the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing to providers and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, members, I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1295.
Please proceed.
Well, this is actually a good amendment. We clarified some language to make clear that the audits we are contemplating in this bill apply only to RAC audits that are carried out by HCPF, and also we corrected some references to the Code of Federal Regulations and changed the words identified and determined to the word discovered, as that is the correct terminology that is used under the Code of Federal Regulations. We ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1295. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1295 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1295 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1295 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1295 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over House Bill 1304 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1304 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1017.
House Bill 1017 by Representatives Kipp and Bockenfeld, also Senators Bridges and Van Winkle, concerning improvements to the electronic sales and use tax exemption, simplification system, and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move to concur with the Senate amendments because apparently
Please proceed.
they found it necessary to adjust the appropriation. I don't know why. About the same.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1017. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Froelich, Lindsay, Puglisi. Puglisi is excused. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 2 no, 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1017 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1017 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1017 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Thank you. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1017, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1057.
House Bill 1057 by Representatives McCormick and Vigil, also Senator Hawkins Lewis, concerning a requirement that certain public buildings have restrooms with amenities for all genders and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1057.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And even though we thought we were crystal clear on our definition of renovations and where diaper changing stations were to go, they felt like they needed even more clarification in that area. And whatever magic they worked, I'm glad they did it, because now this is a bipartisan bill, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And simply put, my co-prime sponsor is much kinder, but basically our friends in the Senate just felt it was a little too complicated and needed to simplify it for their own understanding, which I think works out for everyone in the end. And we ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1057. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Kipp. Representative Kipp. Please close the machine. With 46 ayes, 17 no, and 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1057 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1057 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1057 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ricks. And Puglisi, there we go. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1057 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1240.
House Bill 1240 by Representatives Brown and Amabile, also Senator Fenberg, concerning a sales and use tax exemption for construction and building materials used for repairing and rebuilding residential structures damaged or destroyed by a declared wildfire disaster in 2020, 2021, or 2022, and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move to concur with the Senate amendments.
Please proceed. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Senate actually caught something that we inadvertently did here, which was to amend out the RTD and the SCFD special districts, which were in the introduced version and intended to be in there. So we ask you for an aye vote. We caught it and then gave it to them. So if that makes you feel any better. So.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1240. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Madam Majority Leader.
Oh.
Please close the machine. With 57 ayes, 7 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1240 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1240 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1240 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Kipp. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 13 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1240 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1283.
House Bill 1283 by Representative Judah, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning the transfer of the Colorado Refugee Services Program from the Department of Human Services to the Office of New Americans in the Department of Labor and Employment, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur with Senate amendments on HB 1240.
How about House Bill 1283?
That's what I meant.
That'll do.
My excuse is it's day 119.
Yay. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I am so sorry. So the first amendment was a technical one. It made sure that the Immigration Legal Defense Fund is makes it a year program rather than a 6-month program. And then the second one is for the Benefit Recovery Fund. In order to run the program without fraud, we need data from DOR, so we made sure that they're getting that information. And I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1283. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Judah. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1283 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1283 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1283 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 ayes, 17 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1283 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1112.
House Bill 1112 by Representatives Byrd and Young, also Senators Hansen and Colker, concerning the enlargement of certain income tax credits for low and middle income working individuals or families and in connection therewith, reducing state income tax revenue by increasing the earned income tax credit and restructuring the child tax credit to allow all low income taxpayers with income below certain thresholds to claim the credit.
Representative Young.
No suspense. We move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1112.
Please proceed, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So members, the Senate actually, for once, made something better. They took the CTC portion of the tax credit and made it available to the lowest income families in our state by delinking our CTC from the federal CTC to make it fully refundable. And so what this means is that people with incomes between $0 and $12,500 a year will now receive the full benefit of their tier rather than just a partial or no credit. And we reduced the EITC match from 40% to 38% to help cover the cost of the other expansion. So we ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1112. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 57 ayes, 7 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments with House Bill 1112 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1112 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1112 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Rep. Winter, please close the machine. With 53 aye, 11 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1112 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1189. Sorry, 1120. House Bill 1120.
House Bill 1120 by Representatives Joseph and Ortiz, also Senators Fields and Winter, concerning eviction protections for residential tenants who receive public assistance and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rep. Ortiz and I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1120.
Please proceed.
So there were some adjustment made in the Appropriations Committee based on the amendments made in the House. On second in the Senate, there were some cleanup language, and also it added a reporting mechanism requiring the Judicial Department to report on how many mediation that they've done in a year. And this particular amendment was a request from our colleague from Fremont County, House District 10, and I ask for a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1120. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 16 no, and 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1120 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1120 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1120 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Madam Majority Leader. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 18 no, and 2 excused, the motion to repass House Bill 1120 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Co-sponsors.
Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1189.
House Bill 1189 by Representatives Byrd and Weinberg, also Senators Zenzinger and Mullica, concerning an income tax credit for employer assistance to employees in making a home purchase.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur with the Senate.
Gobble. Representative Byrd. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So members, we just changed a few of the benefits to make sure that this still remained a meaningful credit. So we moved the amount of the employer tax credit back to 5%, which it was originally when this was passed from the House Finance Committee, and then capped the employer portion of this benefit that they can't offer out more than $500,000 worth of benefits each year. So we ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1189. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 15 no, and 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1189 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1189 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1189 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Reps Basenecker, please close the machine. With 47 aye, 16 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1189 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1253.
House Bill 1253 by Representatives Sharbini and Lindsay, also Senator Henriksen, concerning a task force to study corporate ownership of housing in Colorado and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Sharbini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1253. Get a pig.
Please proceed. Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, I've got a little poem. It goes like this. Harriet, hard-hearted harbinger of haggis. I'm just kidding. It's late. We can't make up a poem this late. But that is a great poem, and when I thought of a poem, that's the only one I could think of. In the Senate, they added 2 members to the task force, and we're fine with it. So thanks.
Please concur.
Good. That one was simple. The question before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1253. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1253 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1253 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1253 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Minority Leader Lynch. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1253, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1257.
House Bill 1257 by Representatives Velasco and Basenecker, also Senators Cutter and Priola, concerning water quality in mobile home parks and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move to concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1257.
Please proceed. Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we had a couple amendments from the Senate, and one of them was to clarify the request by CDPHE and park owners. We heard concerns from park owners around translating notices, and before it was 48 hours, and now we extended this to 5 days. We're also cleaning up the language on sufficient water pressure and cleans up enforcement language with the Attorney General. And also, another amendment ensures that park owners who are working with the division and going through the remediation process can still raise rents so long as they are complying with the law.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1257. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 17 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1257 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1257 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1257 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1257 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1260.
House Bill 1260 by Representatives Soper and Valdez, also Senators Baisley and Priola, concerning tax incentives to maximize investments in semiconductor and advanced manufacturing in Colorado and in connection therewith, authorizing the Economic Development Commission to approve refund certificates for certain income tax credits, creating a semiconductor manufacturing zone program, modifying the Colorado Job Growth Incentive Tax Credit for semiconductor and advanced manufacturing, creating an advanced industries task force, and making an appropriation.
Woo! Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reluctantly move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1260.
Please proceed. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the Senate found a few more dollars for us to be able to give to the Department of Revenue to be able to implement the Gen Tax programming to be able to track where all of the investments are going. And we ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1260. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
What was that?
Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Bradley, Lindsay, Snyder, Valdez. Please close the machine. With 58 ayes, 6 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1260 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1260 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1260 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 8 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1260 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Representative Morrow, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, any announcements? Representative Kipp.
Thank you. The HB 231147 Conference Committee will meet at 8:45 a.m. tomorrow morning in HCR 107. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you. We have two conference committees tomorrow, HCR 1001 and HB 1019. We'll start at 8 a.m. In 112 downstairs for those conference committees. Thank you.
Any other announcements? Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move that that the following bills, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in adjournment until 9 a.m. on Monday, May 8th.
The House stands adjourned until Monday, May 8th at 9 a.m.